Goed. Yuan Tong Ling Ming. Welcome to the fourth part of the basics course of Yuan Gong and Ren Shui. So today we're going to learn the second method, the Yuan. Sorry. But also we are going to repeat some of the first method and go through the first method 2 times. I'm going to start off with one question that I have received already before the third part. And it's a question about the chi field. And then over the course of the waiting for the third part, I forgot it. And so this week it came back to mind. The question was about how do we merge 2 chi fields, or how can we connect with chi fields and merge with chi fields. So how can you build a chi field from the distance, or how can you take someone else into a chi field, or nourish a chi field from some place and the chi field is somewhere else? Or how can you merge with a chi field that isn't right there where you're building it? So you want to merge your chi field that you have built with a different chi field. Practically, it's quite simple. So as you're going through the steps of building a chi field, which means the preparation first, and then you make yourself empty inside, you turn into chi in your mind, and you then expand out to the universe to gather some chi, and you first fill some chi into your chi field. And then you imagine yourself being this whole chi field, like a fog, and you can imagine it like one ball of fog would go, blown by the wind and move into a second ball of fog. So you just imagine that this chi field is kind of melting together with the other one, wherever the chi field is. Therefore, you only need to think of the chi fields. Thinking of the area where the chi field is. So for example, if you want to merge your chi field from at home, where you are usually practicing, with a chi field that is at your working place, then you either bring your working place in your thoughts. You just imagine the whole space, with the office desk or wherever you work. There's lots of possibilities of your places of your work. So whatever is in there, whatever you can see or belongs to it, or the whole building where your work is at, or if, the whole area when you're working outside, and you just move it inside your own chi field. You can blow up your chi field, or you can imagine that you expand your chi field around the other one. It's the same thing when you want to bring a person that you want to help with nourishing chi, or you just want to be close with, into your chi field. You imagine this person stands in front of you like a chi person. So don't think of the physical person like they look like. Think of them like a chi person, and then you just take them into your body. And they fit inside as if they would be stepping into a suit, so to speak, and you're the suit. So your chi field can always be the suit for a different chi field. It's quite simple, really. Yeah? And then you just practice like you always practice, focusing on yourself. So that's how you unify two or more chi fields. Now, just to help you think, for another option there is when the chi field is much bigger than yours. So let's assume your chi field is like this room, or you have built the chi field around the whole room, and you want to connect with the chi field of Renshö, the global chi field, for example. So you can imagine that you are increasing the size of your chi field as if you would blow up a balloon, and you just blow it up so it is as big as the whole planet. And that's with the intention together of merging the chi field, yours, and the Renshö global chi field. You're just made them one through the intention and the thought steps, actually doing them. So thinking the steps one by one. Yeah, thinking my chi field, thinking expanding, blowing it up, and then thinking merging. So through intention and focus and clear directions, clear orders from your mind to the chi and the chi field, you determine the size or what is merged with one another. Remember, Shen, your mind consciousness, is the master over chi. So I hope you have merged. No, sorry. I hope I have answered that question well enough. There's a little story that comes to mind, which is always great because we humans have this nice way of connecting with stories and then being able to remember well. A student of mine from the weekly web class had to, she went through some physical, she went through some, not physical problem, she went through some emotional problem. She had an argument with her boyfriend and she was driving home. And in the car, she was really very upset. And so she thought, this is not a good way of driving. And so she just imagined that she would sit inside this room in front of me during a web class. So this is another way how you can merge chi fields. You just imagine to be in that chi field at the moment, this very moment. And she said immediately she calmed down. So it helped her to just connect and unify with the chi and information from this teaching room, because this room I only use for teaching and practicing. So there's seemingly very good chi and information in here. So this was the question about the chi fields. Then let's move on to Tien Yuan, the first method of Yuan Gong. Tien Yuan, gather chi from Liu He, open and connect San Jiao. So we've gone through all the information about it in detail last time, and I would like to encourage you as well to keep reading up on the notes, to keep the information present. I would like to highlight or point out one more time that the information that you carry present in your mind will be the information that will be in the chi field when you practice. So we in Renshe do not learn under pressure or stress for a specific time or date, or that we have to know something until a specific date. But eventually we do want to know those things by heart, because we want to have the information present and merging with the chi field all the time. So you could also say that if we have the information present in our mind, it can be transmitted into the chi field. You are infusing the information into the chi field through knowing. So therefore you have received really good handouts, and you can use them, study them, read up on them if you feel great, and read up when you don't feel so good. They probably help you make you feel better. You can read up before you practice. This is a very good time to read something. So when you read up some chapters in one of Jance's books or in the handouts, and then you go and do the practice. That means that the information is present, very here and now, and then you practice, and it's going to be very, very clear and strong information. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go for a round of Tien Yuan all together, because we have not done that so far. So I would like to ask you to all stand up, please. If you have been sitting cross-legged, just guide Qi down, rub Qi into your kidneys first, and then guide some Qi down the legs. And while we are doing this, I'm going to explain what we're going to do now. So listen up a little bit while you tap Qi up and stand up. Please keep your eyes open now, okay? We are going to practice all together with Eva. Eva is going to go through the rounds, and I will guide you or talk you through it, and you just follow along while you're looking at Eva with open eyes. Right now, it's not really to practice. Right now, it's to experience the whole sequence of Qin Yuan as if you would be practicing. So therefore, I would like you to ask to keep your eyes open and simply play copycat. So follow along with the movements from Eva. In my teachings, I have experienced that this is one way of learning that helps the student a lot, because you can see, and it's almost like you just give your body the order to follow along and just copy. And the sequencing is being imprinted as information into your chi, into your chi field. And later on, you have this overall understanding of how the method feels like from beginning to the end. So it's a nice way to learn. We are also going to do the 6 verses of Yuan Gong that I have told you last time about, the way we build a chi field before Yuan Gong practice. Or you can build a chi field that way. As I've explained, it's very strong information. So after we have done that, I will ask you to open your eyes for practice. Until then, we're going to close them together, okay? So, with open eyes, feet shoulder width apart. Go ahead and just check your feet. Look down on your feet and look if they are really your shoulder width. You don't want to stand too narrow, because otherwise you might be unbalanced. And you don't want to stand too wide either, because it might become too hard work. And then you lift up from Bai Hui, the place on top of the head, the Qi gate, having your chin tucked in. The tongue tip is resting on the upper palate. Arms hang naturally. Look straight forward. in Yuan, gather Qi from Liu He, open and connect San Chao, looking straight forward, draw the vision back, gently closing the eyes, adjust the body. We first do the preparation, consisting of relaxation and the building of the Qi field. Relax the whole body. Relax the head and face. Relax the neck and shoulders. Relax your arms hanging naturally. Relax your chest cavity and upper back. Relax the abdominal cavity and lower back. Relax the pelvis. Think Hui Yin, the gate at the bottom of your torso, and lift Qi from Hui Yin up to Ming Men. Ming Men is in your lower back, opposite to Qi, the navel, your belly button. Pelvis is tilting slightly through lifting Hui Yin. Relax the legs, feet flat on the floor. Relax from top to bottom, the whole body from inside out. We're going to build the Qi field with the 6 verses of Yuan Gong. I will say the phrases, they're like a poem, and you try to change the words into a state of being. You try to transform the words that you will hear me say into a state of being, how you feel, and you are trying to conquer up. For example, when I say expand, you try to feel expansion. When I say love, you try to conquer up the state of love, feeling love. Keeping your eyes closed, we build the Qi field now. Awareness inside the body. Feel the emptiness and spaciousness within. Expand the awareness out, becoming one with the universe. Draw the awareness back to the chi-filled body, calm and peaceful. Open to the universe with reverence and utmost Gong Ching. Gong Ching is true respect and humility. Let the bright universe nurture your heart with compassion and love. You are relaxed, free, and joyful. Chi is flowing harmoniously and smoothly. Tien Yuan, gather Qi from Liu He, open and connect Sun Chao. Very gently open your eyes a little bit so you can see Eva. Hands deep inside the universe below. Lower the body. Open out. One, two. Open and close. Three. Flying free like a bird. Continue. Four. Gather chi from the universe. Five. Gently going more up and up. Six. Seven. Each time you raise the hands a little bit more. 8, free flowing movements and mind. 9 to shoulder height. Continue going up. 1, 2, sending the mind out with the body movement. 3, and in, thinking far out. 4, and deep inside. 5, 6, gather the chi from outside inside. 7, more and more above. 8, 9, straight up. Gently turn your palms when you come down and then push forward. Continuous flowing. 1, upwards, forward, going down each time now. 2, going down in the front. 3, pushing from the shoulders. 4, pulling from the shoulders in. 5, free flowing. 6, more and more relaxed. 7, 8 to shoulder height. 9. Continue without stopping. 1. One uninterrupted, unobstructed flow. 2. More and more down each time. 3. 4. Pushing chi and pulling chi. 5. 6. 7. 8. The ninth is then pushing directly down, straight down, pushing down. Continue, standing up to the back. 1, 2. When you push down, you bend your knees. When you lift chi from the back, you stand up. 4. Think far out, deep inside. 5. Far out, deep inside. 6. 7. Chi is gathering inside. 8. Unhealthy chi is being dispersed in the universe. And 9. Arms hanging naturally, turn palms in. We open the sun chow, lower chow. 1, open out. 2, shoulders to the ears and out. 3, open out. 4, think deep into the lower chow. 5, think lower chow when you come in. 6, 7, think the universe far out and then think deep inside. Lower chow opens. 8, 9. Now carry the chi into lower chow and then up. Hands in front of the body, carrying the chi up into middle chow. And open middle chow out. Think deep inside. Elbows leading the movement to. Draw chi into middle chow. Open middle chow. Think far out in the universe. I think 4. Open and close. Deep into middle chow. 5. Organ chi is being nourished and healthy. 6. 7. Lots of chi. Get it all inside. 8. Unify with the universe and think deep inside. Last time. 9. On the level of middle chow. Now bring the chi into middle chow. Turn your fingertips upwards. Lift the chi up in front of the face and head. And then from elbows, open out, upper chow. Draw into upper chow and the head. Open out the upper chow. Draw chi back. Open. Heart, lungs, and head are healthy. 4. Inside. 5. 6. Think far outside. 7. Think deep inside. 8. 9. Chi deep inside the head. Now lift the chi up and at top of the head, fingertips above. Now open your hands up and gather the whole universe in a circle above. Stop there. Pour chi down, hands shoulder width. Hands pouring chi down, mind pouring chi down. Keep pouring chi there. We now will connect the 3 Chao. When you pour chi down, imagine you're filling your entire head. The chi that's streaming in from the universe above is streaming and filling the whole head, the whole body in a broad stream. Leading from the middle fingers, form the hand forms, fingers not touching, hands outside, mind and chi go down inside, think inside the head, the neck and throat, shoulders and upper jaw, connecting with middle jaw, stream chi through lower jaw, making sure Hui Yin is lifted, standing naturally, hands to the side, guide Qi in your mind down the legs, all the way into the universe. Mind and Qi deep into the universe, lift Qi up in a half big circle, lift the Qi ball up above the head, form the hand forms and pour Qi down, guide Qi down. Think deep inside. Chi follows the mind inside, filling the head. Hands not touching each other. Upper jaw. Middle jaw. Lower jaw. 3 jaws connect. Guide Chi down. All the way with your mind through your legs. Deep inside the universe below. Gather Chi in the universe below. Lift Chi up. Like a chi ball, carry the chi up and gather chi while you lift chi. And then pour chi down. Guide chi down into the head and upper jaw, middle jaw, into lower jaw. Now turn your palms facing your Du Chi and your lower Dantian. Think the space around you and draw all the chi from around you into lower dantian, hands to the back, facing your Ming Men, sending chi into lower dantian. Leading from the middle fingers, turn your fingers back, open out to the back into the universe. Far out, gather chi, gently turn your palms forward. At the sides, palms face forward, your mind is far out in the universe. Draw chi back, thinking lower dantian, and draw chi into lower dantian. Males, left hand, females, right hand inside. Put your hands on the body. Stand naturally. Your mind inside lower dantian. We nourish Chi quietly. As you think lower dantian, Qi is following your thoughts, is gathering and accumulating in lower dantian. Now we're going to rub Qi in 3 times to the left, up, down the left, up the right, 2. Imagine you're turning the Qi inside lower dantian. 3. And all the new Qi from the universe is being integrated into your dantian Qi. To the right, turn to the right, 1. The hands are almost not moving. Qi is turning inside, 2. And 3. Your hands stay on the place almost. Nourishing Qi quietly. Rub your hands, gather Qi for the head and face. Carry Qi up to in tongue between the eyebrows. Open out over the forehead. Open out. Rub your temples. Rub Qi into your eyes. Rub Qi into your nose, the airways, send Qi everywhere. Fingers like hooks comb through your head from the forehead all the way back to the back of the head. You can also wash your hand, your face beforehand, rubbing the whole face. Keep combing. And then left hand on top, on Bai Hui, right hand on the back, Yu Chen, the back of the head, vibrate Qi in, tap Qi in, open all the gates. Then take index finger and thumb, rub your ears, vibrate Qi into your ears first, put your whole hand on your ears, vibrate Qi in, plop Qi out, pull Qi out, and then massage your earlobes from top to bottom. Arms to the side, pulling the earlobes. And at this point, you would open your eyes gently and feel inside, say something healthy to yourself. I am healthier and my Shen is stronger. My life is beautiful. And so on. Then you can sit, please. So usually at this place, I would ask you how you're feeling now after the practice. But of course, we have practiced with open eyes. But how are you feeling? How did you like the 6 verses? So we're going to do the 6 verses one more time now that you're sitting, just to go through them step by step. I just wanted you to have an experience of the 6 verses first. We're going to go through the explanation now. So next time we're going to do the 6 verses before we're going to practice the second method. You can try to incorporate everything you learn now. And I will ask Eva to signalize with her arms and hands when we're opening and when we're closing with the 6 verses. So first you're standing or you're sitting wherever you practice. And the first line is awareness deep inside. So just do this, awareness inside the body. Feel the emptiness and spaciousness within. So you do exactly that with your mind. You bring your whole thinking, your whole awareness, your whole being into yourself, and you try to establish a sense of spaciousness and emptiness inside. This is the state in which we can turn into chi, and this is the state in which you then can command your chi, for example, to expand, which is what we do in the second verse. Expand your awareness out, becoming one with the universe. So in this verse, you imagine, you feel, after a few years of practice or months of practice, depending on how sensitive you are with chi, that's just how we are. Someone is more sensitive and someone is less sensitive, but eventually it will come. Some might have felt it immediately. Expanding out is becoming a visceral feeling. You will feel that you become bigger and wider, and you will have established a more close connection and harmonious connection with the universe through practicing Yuan Gong. And eventually you will just feel like the whole universe fits inside of you. And we do all of this with this phrase, expand your awareness out, becoming one with the universe. The third verse is, draw the awareness back inside the chi-filled body. It's actually, the verse actually goes body, but I always keep saying chi-filled body because by then, me personally, don't have a body anymore. And I would like to inspire you to also, by this time your body is actually dissolved into chi and you can't feel the body much anymore. So it's a chi field. So that's why I call it the chi field body. It also gives each time the information to be a chi field, which is one of the main focuses of our practicing, or purposes of our practicing Yuan Gong. We want to have the knowledge and the experience of being chi, of being a chi field. And we want to be able to make chi more and influence the chi field and open and close and be fluid and be transformable. The body like this is transforming, but it's also quite like hard matter. It's not as easy in our mind to transform iron as it is snow. You know, it's like try to form a ball from iron or try to form a ball from snow. Snow is easier. So transforming something, being chi, is much easier and works much faster also than being a body. This is why you want to associate, you want to feel like being a chi field, and you want to really have the knowledge of having become chi. Okay, so this is what you do. You open and then you close. You draw chi back around this chi filled body and deep inside the chi filled body, and then calm and peaceful. So you're trying to feel the serenity and the calmness that you have established through the relaxation preparation. And peaceful, this is actually something that you just have to make a deal with yourself, that you are going to be peaceful now, that you are willing to establish peace within yourself, which sounds very simple, but isn't always that simple. Let's assume you just had an argument with your partner, or your pet is doing what you don't want them to do, which that's what pets do usually or very often. They just themselves. Or maybe you've just listened to news before practice, which might not be a good idea anyway these days. But you might have a different opinion than someone else, maybe your boss, and you have to do it that way. Or another thousand of reasons where we lose our being peaceful. Or something just doesn't run the way you want it. Here in this third verse, you make the promise to yourself that you are going to be peaceful. You let go of arguments and frictions inside of yourself. It hasn't got to do anything with others. This is the bigger purpose of practicing Yuan Gong, and we do practice it through the practice. So eventually we can use this training of us letting go of frictions, of establishing with our willpower a peaceful state and the willingness to be peaceful during practice. And if you have practiced a few months, you will be able to use it in your life. As when you are out in your day-to-day business and you're going about your business, whatever that might be, and you feel angry or sad or lonely or anything, you can try that. You can either try to say the 6 verses, and when you come to the word peaceful, you are reminded that you are actually willing to create peace within yourself. Imagine if every single human being would be doing that. Then a peaceful world would not be as utopian as it seems to be right now. So let's start with ourselves. Being peaceful, having a calm and beautiful, frictionless life starts within ourselves. It's not simple always, but during practice it's easy because you say, okay, the next half hour, the next hour, the next 15 minutes that I practice, I will be peaceful and nothing else. And if you continue to use Yuan Gong over the next month and weeks and years, you will see how this is building, 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 and flowing out into your life. So that's the third verse. Draw Qi back to the Qi-filled body. And you can also imagine to draw all the Qi back from the universe, right? Draw Qi back to the Qi-filled body, calm and peaceful. The fourth verse is open to the universe with reverence and utmost Gongqing. So in this moment, you feel as you open again, you are now, first you have gotten Qi in from the universe and you have taken Qi from the universe, you have taken something from the universe. And here you give something to the universe. So taking and giving, yin and yang, and like this you completely unify with the universe. So what you give is reverence. That's easy, right? Reverence for the sun, the moon, the air, the beautiful mountains, oceans, deserts, trees, plants, animals, other human beings, loved ones, families, societies, all the people who have developed something, knowledge for you. All we humans have made the planet the way we are, and the universe has made the planet the way it is. And so you can just, it's easy, but it's beautiful to use this word and the quality to establish the feeling, the state of consciousness inside of you. Feel reverence. Don't just think the word. Establish this wow inside of you for this beautiful world we live in, this amazing nature and the beautiful beings we're allowed to live with. And the body is healing and growing and it's fabulous. And I mean, we could go on forever here, right? Reverence. And utmost Gongqing. Gongqing is, by the way, over there. I don't know if you can read it on the white paper. That's Yance's writing. Yance wrote that, Gongqing. What is Gongqing? Gongqing is true respect and humility. True respect for everything, everything. If you need to take down your arms, you can do that for a moment. If you can hold them up, you can keep them up. True respect for everything. Isn't that simple? It's very easy after we've had reverence for everything beautiful. But how is it with not so nice things or, experiences that we had? People who think different, people who in your idea damage the planet. Think again, maybe you are part of, that society that also damages the planet. Are you using a car? Are you using an airplane? Are you using washing powder for your laundry machine? Are you not washing with laundry? Are you washing at a river with your hands? Do you use some soap? Can the planet deal with all of it? Do we have to stop it all? So Gongqing, Gongqing is this true respect for everything. Gongqing is something you can think about the next 50 years of your life, the next 100 years of your life, the next 200 years of your life, the next years definitely of your life. So think about true respect and humility. You can also think about humility, but to feel humble is a very good idea while you practice, because when we feel humble, we tend to be able to receive much more. Have you ever tried to keep your arms up that long as Eva just did? She's doing quite good. So this is the fourth verse. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm right. Numbers is not my forte. I'm better with words. So open to the universe. Thank you. Great. Open to the universe with reverence and utmost Gongqing. So this is where you give. And now the fifth verse is again going inwards. Let the bright universe nurture your heart with compassion and love. Again, try to conquer up this feeling. Have compassion for yourself and for others. Love yourself and love others. Bring up this feeling for you, for yourself, that you love yourself. If this is difficult for you, it's great to practice the 6 verses. And the state of love and compassion definitely opens your heart. And when your heart is open, your mind is open. So in Chinese culture, mind and heart are one. And when your heart is open, love and compassion will do that for you, then Qi can enter as well. This is why it is so important that we adjust our Shen, our mind, our being, our consciousness before practicing. When your heart is closed, your thinking is closed, and then Qi cannot enter very well. And the Qi field is also very tense and very closed, and so changes cannot happen, transformation cannot happen so well. That's why we are adjusting our Shen for practice. And we practice, so we learn to adjust our Shen into this state all the time. The 5 Shin qualities, the 5 heart qualities. Shin is heart, Xin is heart in Chinese. The 5 Shin qualities are trust, openness, love, gratitude, and Gongqing, true respect and humility. And actually, all of those 5 qualities are being incorporated into the 6 verses. So you actually go through all of those. The gratitude would be part of reverence when you give, yeah? And the Gongqing, this having true respect for everything. Just, it pops into my head, what might true respect also mean? It might mean that maybe, just maybe, I am wrong and someone else is right. Maybe this understanding can help you a lot in difficult situations when you are impatient, jealous, greedy, arrogant, ignorant, and so on. We don't, yeah, we all have those sides in us, right? Angry, sad. This can help you. When you think, when you feel righteous, just maybe you're not right. In the big universe where everything is connected. So the state of Gongqing can help you to get there, to break through, to not have frictions, to not run into walls anywhere, or to simply have an easier moment in that situation. It all sounds very logical and very right, doesn't it? It just isn't all that simple to feel like that all the time. But that's exactly the reason why we practice it. You know, every one of us, you are hearing this from me, but I can assure you, this is big work that I have to do myself. So we need to practice this actively, like you have practiced learning how to write and to read. Can you remember how often you had to draw the same letter again and again until you knew it by heart? We need to practice, as a human being, we need to practice those positive states of consciousness. We need to practice those positive states of the 5 Shin qualities, the 5 heart qualities. Like a muscle, if you do not use a muscle, what happens with your muscle? It goes away. It dystrophies, right? So if we haven't been taught that by our parents, which is a theme that is difficult for a lot of human beings, maybe your parents didn't get it taught either. So stop thinking it's someone else's fault or reason for why you haven't learned it. The past is the past, and who knows what your parents had to go through. Learn it now, practice it now. It needs to be practiced. It's something we need to actively learn how to establish, so we can then more and more be in this state. It's expanding. It's like a muscle that's growing and getting stronger. You're being able to be in a state like that, relaxed, calm, natural, uplifted, full of love, full of gratitude, full of joy, full of peacefulness, full of respect and humility, and full of openness, full of trust. That's what we do in the 6 verses. So let me repeat the fifth verse again. So we were just out at the universe, and the 5th verse then goes, and that's where you go in. Let the bright universe nurture your heart with compassion and love. And again, you bring up the sensations and you try to feel that. And then you just stay inside. You feel you are relaxed, free, and joyful. Qi is flowing harmoniously and smoothly. This is more like the 6th verse is something you shouldn't have to do actively anything anymore, because in the 6th verse, that's exactly how you will be feeling. One of the recommendations is that when you learn those 6 verses, which is my recommendation to you, learn them by heart yourself, so you can have them everywhere you walk and go. So you can say them up like a poem when you need them, and so you can think them before practice. So one recommendation here is to say, I feel relaxed, calm, or I am relaxed, free, and joyful. It's, it's you are doing this. So if you keep saying you are relaxed, free, and joyful, that's great for the others around you. But you're doing that practice for you and your own life. So it's okay. It's good to say, I am relaxed, free, and joyful. My qi is flowing harmoniously and smoothly. So by the time you say, or you think, or you feel the 6th verse, you will be in this state. You will feel free, and you will be relaxed, and you will be joyful. It's a very calm sense of joy. We're not talking about big excitement. In Renshu, joy is something else. It's being peaceful and calm and feeling qi. It's flowing smoothly. It's flowing harmoniously. In this state, you also will feel your qi maybe flowing already, or being in a very unified form. Jing, qi and shen, body, qi and mind, might be very good unified already by that time, depending of how much you have practiced already in your life. And when body, qi and mind are unified, you don't feel the body much anymore. Literally, it's like, it's not sensible, but you could feel qi flowing. You might feel qi flow in your, like a big stream through your whole body. You might feel qi flow in one of the dantians. You might feel qi, like you might feel the opening, closing of dantian. You might feel that in your body. The whole body might feel like it's opening, closing. You could feel that how qi is streaming into you and streaming out of you. So this expansion and drawing together, or moving something in and out. It's quite, there's many things you can feel. Um, that's up to you to practice and experience and find out. Yeah? And then you're in this wonderful state, and this is when you then start practicing a perfect state to incorporate the methods or the supplementary exercises and its properties, depending on which method you're doing. Gathering chi, accumulating chi, making the amount of chi more, unblocking, making the chi flow better in the channels, delivering chi to somewhere, changing the quality and the information of the chi, and so on. Okay? Those are the 6 verses. And building a chi field with them. Good. So Tian Yuan, gathering chi from Liu He and opening and connecting San Jiao. You have very detailed descriptions in the handouts. You have drawings there. When you sit there and you just learn it, you can go through it and try it again. It's very easy to learn. It's not a lot of parts, you know, it's not very complicated. In the beginning, it might seem so, but it's not that much. 9 times, 9 times, 9 times, 9 times, 9 times, then 9 times lower chow, 9 times middle chow, 9 times upper chow, and then pouring the qi 2 times whole, and the 3rd time we go to Dantian, where we then draw qi into Dantian and all around. So that's how quick you're going through Tian Yuan. If that hasn't been enough, you can always revisit with the course for a while. So you just can rewatch this video. You can also go on my website, renshulife.com, to Yuan Gong. And when you scroll down, there is the movie of our demonstrator in Renshu, Kelly, and there is a video of all the 4 methods, the 4 moving methods. So Tian Yuan is there, Di Yuan is there too, so you can always go there. It's beautiful movies. We've shot that, Zach, Dake, Kelly and I shot that in Wonder Valley, America. And yeah, you can read up, you can buy DVDs, presentation DVDs, but actually with the papers you should have enough. It's up to you. Yeah, you can join in my web class if you like. It's weekly. It always has different things. Currently we're running a many weeks Oregon Chi series, but this will be over in a few weeks. It's about, we think like 20, 25 sessions or classes. Before that and after that, we're doing a lot of, we do all the 4 methods. We do the first method, Tian Yuan, in a lot of different variations, which is something that I would like to just talk about 1 minute now. If you please tap Qi down, guide Qi down, Eva, so you can then get up. So how to practice Tian Yuan very well, or how to gain the most. Number 1, first you need to learn the movements and the sequence. I also recommend to learn the 6 verses so you can do and practice all without the CD as fast as possible, or without guidance from external, from outside, as fast as possible. So first you learn the body movements. You focus on that the movement is being led by the shoulders in gathering qi from Liu He, and by the elbows in middle and upper jiao. When you open middle and upper jiao, it's a bit wider. It's just the hand form when you guide qi down and all these kinds of things. So you just learn the sequence and the body movements first. And then you just focus on the state and on the mind activity, opening big and closing deep inside. Like in pulling qi, remember pulling qi, this one here, the simple supplementary exercise. We do not open gradually and we close gradually. No, that's what we do when we build the chi field. You expand out gradually, 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 and you come back pulling chi in and gradually, gradually getting deeper. You open far out and you come deep inside immediately. So you think as far as you possibly can in the beginning already. And when you pull chi in, when you push and pull in gathering chi, then, or when you close into middle, you think deep inside there. When you close into one of the three chao, okay, and from deep inside you go deeper. Then instead of going to the body, you're in the body when you draw back, and you keep pulling and accumulating chi in there, and like this you can basically push it deeper and deeper. Okay, did you understand that? This is very important. Far out immediately and further, and directly inside, and then keep going deeper. Or okay, so you can do Tien Yuan in different versions. You can do one round quickly and quite fast, what we have done before, how we did it for learning. Eva is going to start to just do one. Just go ahead and start doing open and closing in a slow version. So you can do it quite quickly like we've done. You can do it even a bit quicker. So for example, let's say you have been sitting on an office chair for a long time, or you've just got up in the morning and you feel stiff, or you're in pain. Some people are in pain. Pain means, in our understanding, blockages. So we need to start moving the chi and push through the blockages. So you can do a very like sporty version and think far out and deep inside and far out and deep inside, and you can push the chi and you can push and really feel very nicely after you've done a good relaxation, very calm. Yeah, but it's very nice to do a fast version in the mornings, for example. You can do more rounds. So, for example, you can do 2 rounds of Tien Yuan. You can do a slow one to get the chi moving, and then you can do, a fast one to get the chi moving. And then you can do a very slow one, and now even slower, Eva. You can do so slow that you need 1/2 hour to open, of course. So Eva is doing this beautiful right now. You will gather huge amounts of chi like this when you go very, very slowly, and you will get into a very deep state while you practice. Of course, that practice lasts longer. But just so you see, while you start incorporating Yuan Gong practice into your life, into your busy life, it's also a question of scheduling. So sometimes, maybe Sunday mornings, you wake up, you have no appointments, you have nowhere to go. You might want to start with a fast round, and then you might feel like, whoa, I want to do another round, and you might not want to move faster than Eva does right now. Very, very slow, and you can even go so slow that you can't even see the movement really anymore. It happens sometimes. So I've experienced that I can take 3 hours for one round of Tien Yuan, but you are in this amazing state, and chi is just constantly flowing. All you are is like a mess of chi that's flowing in and out, and you have no body, you're only chi, and there's so much chi coming your way, and you are in such a beautiful state of consciousness. You feel very unified and one with the universe, and you actually have lost all sense of time. So 3 hours might sound dreary or scary, but actually it might feel like 15 minutes or half an hour to you. You don't have a sense of time because you just simply are. Yeah? So yeah, you can do a different version. So Eva, I'm going to, she's smiling and she's actually totally enjoying the chi right now. She has a big smile on her face. And I'm going to ask her to move a bit quicker now, unfortunately. That's the job of a demonstrator. There is a lot of chi for a demonstrator. And just, yeah, take your time until you get into a faster version. Just continue upwards. Yeah. Once you're in a good state, you might not want to move much faster. So I just give her a little bit time to get out of the deep state she's been in just this moment. Good. And so now she would go down. So you can also do a round, so 9 times. You should be doing 9 times. But for example, if you have no time whatsoever, you can do, instead of 9 times, you can do 3 times only. So from shoulder height, go down in 3 times, Eva. 1, lower down, 2, she needs 4, 3, and the last one would be straight down then. Right? And then she would go down the next time to the back, gathering chi from the back. 1, 2, and 3. And then she would go and do, facing her palms, and do the lower chow. 1, 2, 3. And then you lift chi to middle chow and middle chow. 1, 2, and 3. See how he's flowing. And then you come to the upper chow, turning fingers up, carrying chi up into the head and face. And you do the upper chow. 1, 2. She would like to go a bit slower. 3. And then you lift chi up. So this was 1 round of Tin Yuan now. Let's assume that. Lifting chi up. So you then pour chi down and gather chi down, and then you guide chi down 1 time. Okay, and now here, you're guiding the chi down until the arms hang naturally. And then instead of continuing to lifting chi up and pouring chi down, you can go into a 2nd round of Tin Yuan. Go ahead and start again. Other way. So let's do that again. Hands up, above the head. Okay, show them again in one flow. So you're pouring the chi down. Let's assume you've just done 1 whole round of Tin Yuan without the connecting of the 3 chow, and then you bring your hands down, guide the chi further, and you start again outwards. And 1, pushing out, 2, 3, and you go slowly. Each time you push out, you go higher. Did you understand that? You don't need to pour chi around here and draw chi back. If you want to, you can do 2 rounds behind each other, which is normally very nice when you do a fast round. Okay? I hope you understood that, right? And then at the end, you pour a few times chi. 3 times is just for learning, like the 9 times. And then you can go ahead. The other version you can do, please go to shoulder height on the side. Eva? Yeah? Good. Continue. Push and pull. Going upwards. So you can organize yourself some gongs, or, you can do 3 minutes from shoulder height still upwards. So then you don't need to count. You can do 5 minutes each section. So understand, so you do 3 minutes somewhere in between this section, then you do 3 minutes somewhere in between this section, then you do 3 minutes in this section, going down, and you just keep pushing and pulling in the section that you're in, between either upwards to shoulder heights or shoulder heights downwards. You can do a version of 10 minutes each section. So I have this beautiful app and on my iPhone and iPad where I can adjust as many gongs as I like, and I have different versions. So you don't need to think and count, but because you want to have them balanced. Yeah, you don't want to do 3 minutes downstairs here and then do 10 minutes up here. You want to do each section more or less balanced. So counting is a good way, but counting is counting and means that you have to use words and thinking processes. So gongs are a very nice way of following along. You know, so you hear nothing and then you hear a gong and then you know you're going to the next section. Okay. Go ahead and draw chi back. Bring your arms out to the sides. Draw chi back and nourish chi. Good. So this is for us. So that's all I can think of for Tian Yuan right now. And now it's time to start Di Yuan. Again, if you have any questions left after reading the notes, your handouts, you can always ask me and send me an email. I'm more than willing to answer you the questions if there should be any confusions. For now, I would recommend before you, as long as you focus on the body, do the version, you know, a minimum should be 9 times in each section, because you need to activate qi, especially if you are starting with Yuan Gong, your qi will be blocked and you won't have a very good amount of qi. Most people don't anymore because we're just not used to taking care of it. So that's why we learn it in 9 times each section. Okay? But then you can feel free to variate as much as you want and need for your time spaces that you have. Good. It's very hot in here. Eva, do you need something to drink? Just go ahead and not that she keels over. Okay. I'm actually going to ask you if you can go into the standing form and just stand in lower dantian for a little while. And whenever you need to come, don't go too deep with your body. Oh, you can take a bit of time for if you want to just draw vision back and so on. So you go really into a nice standing form for yourself for a few minutes, and feel free to stop whenever you need. So I've just asked Eva to please go into the demonstration of the second method of Yuan Gong. And the best way of demonstrating it is actually looking at someone who is doing it, who is practicing it. So while I'm talking, Eva will just guide herself through the steps of getting into the position and into the method. And once she's in a really nice, beautiful state, it's probably time for me to disturb her then, to use her as a demonstrator. And in the meantime, I'm going to explain to you a few things. I just want you to actually see, just see what happens in the second method of Yuan Gong. The name is Di Yuan. So if you remember, Tin Yuan, the first method, is called Heaven Yuan. Di Yuan, the word Di, Di, means earth. So we have heaven, we have earth, and the third method is actually called Ren Yuan, which means human. So we have heaven, earth, human. And that's the third three methods are the first stage of development, which is the external stage, meaning it works on the more external levels of qi, which is the membrane level for Tin Yuan. What we now learn in Di Yuan will be the Dantian qi level and transformation level, and Ren Yuan, the third method, works on the channel qi. Learning the third method of Yuan Gong is also a 16 hours course, and you can do it online whenever you want, because that I have already recorded. So you don't need to wait for learning Ren Yuan if you like, but I would recommend to first learn, at least practice those methods for a few weeks. Since you are not learning it all on a retreat, which is a 2-week space in which you learn all the methods and practice them right away, the whole day, in between theory sessions, which is basically the most powerful and efficient way to learn about qi, because you get to experience it all in a very strong qi field with a lot of practice, a lot of repetitions, so very easy to learn, and you will see fast results. The name of Di Yuan, besides the short name, is Di Yuan, the second method of Yuan Gong. 3 forms in one for Qing, Qi, and Shen. Calm, relaxed, and natural for Ding and wisdom. Three forms in one. What does that mean? For Qing, Qi, and Shen, you know that already. Qing is the body, Qi is the Qi, and Shen is your mind and consciousness. Three forms means we are doing 3 standing forms in one. Now you've heard what it is. It's a standing form. And you see, Eva is doing it. So there is not much movement. There is not much happening. Lift Qi up to middle Dantian. And do the middle Dantian form, please, Eva, when you're ready. So this was one form, the standing form. And now she's going into the second form of the 3 forms in one. Standing forms are a big theme in Qigong, and practicing any Qigong without standing form is very limited. I could use the word useless, but we in Renshi always try to find positive connotations for everything, so limited is a better word here. But you heard me say the other one. Practicing Di Yuan, practicing a good standing form is highly important. You will hear why. I just would like to start with highlighting the importance of practicing D1 regularly with all the other forms, because D1 looks very simple, is very simple, but doing it isn't all that simple. It's a very powerful method in which a lot of chi inside of you is being activated. The posture is natural, but not, as you see, she has lowered her body a little bit. It's a little bit like a mini squat, and her arms are in a position where you have to hold them. The difficulty comes from, first of all, that the chi is being put under a natural form of pressure, a healthy form of pressure, because it's not stressful for the body. You are not in a very external form of consciousness, meaning your consciousness is focused internally. You're not under stress, in a hurry. You are just in this one position, in each of the three positions. And that's it. But then there comes your mind, and your mind has basically nothing to do. And that's where the difficulty is lying. But it is amazing. I can only promise you that once you get to practice it, it's where you get the peace from in your life, and you get high stability and sensitivity. So stable that you will feel the days immediately when you do not practice D1. When you practice D1, the next day will be very stable. So when you don't practice D1, you will feel a definite difference. It's uncanny. It's so intriguing. And my wish for you is to find that out yourself, to really, really experience the power of this method. If I lift chi up to upper dantian. So now she's going in the third form of the three forms in one for Qing, Qi, and Shen. So as you see again, you're going into the position and then you do not move anymore for however long you're doing it. Okay. So we will learn the body movements, how to get into the standing form by ourselves pretty soon. But first, I want to tell you the most important thing about standing form right now, and that is what Eva is doing with her mind right now. The mind activity, as you have heard a lot of times now, you have heard it in the supplementary exercises, you have heard it in the first method, Qin Yuan, you hear it again in D1, and that is the most important thing is the mind activity. What you're doing with your mind while you practice. What state you're in while you practice. What state of consciousness you're in while you practice. She's focusing in the dantian and in the dantian only. So we have three dantians, and you've seen first she's done the lower dantian with her arms down here, then she's done the middle dantian, and now she's doing upper dantian. She also practices dantian breathing, which is something we will learn as well now. And that's it. So when you're finished, you then draw chi back to upper dantian. ending the form, mind and chi back inside the head. Think Bai Hui, lift Bai Hui. Relax the whole body, pour chi down. And you all go ahead and observe now how we finish after the practice, leading from the middle fingers. We pour the chi down, we guide the chi in, with the one difference that right now we're not pouring chi through the whole width of the body, you're pouring it through and into upper dantian and then to middle dantian and to lower dantian in one channel. And then you split the chi up into both legs, the central channel of the legs, guiding the chi down, lifting chi up. And then you can just finish, please, with going to dantian and around and drawing chi back. So we don't need to demonstrate you that part anymore, because the difference between the first method and the second method here is mainly a different mind activity. Good, so you have seen now what Di-Yuan is, the standing form, and we will continue to learn what that is now. Thank you, Evan. You can sit down, please. Now you know why the form is called 3 forms in 1 for Qing, Qi, and Shen. The second phrase in the name for Di-Yuan is calm, relaxed, and natural for Ding and wisdom. You all know what calm is, what relaxed is, and what natural is. Do you really? Before you haven't practiced Di-Yuan, my point of view on this is you don't know what calm, relaxed, and natural is. This is the gift you will get from practicing Di-Yuan. 3 forms in 1 for Qing, Qi, and Shen. Calm, relaxed, and natural for Ding and wisdom. When you practice Di-Yuan, you will find out what it truly means to be calm, what it truly means to be relaxed, and what it truly means to be natural. Now, Di-Yuan is not a painkiller. What do I mean with that? It's not something you ingest or do really quickly and then it's immediately bringing the effects. Also, if you have practiced Di-Yuan for 2 or 3 weeks every day for a few minutes, you will then see the difference of a day where you have practiced Di-Yuan and a day where you haven't practiced Di-Yuan. Di-Yuan is supposed to be practiced every day, no exceptions. But in reality, it might take a while until you incorporate that into your life, until you manage to incorporate that into your life. But this is the recommendation, and it should really be your intention and your goal to get Di-Yuan in every day. Practicing it regularly is a big gimmick, and it will make Di-Yuan very soon a delight to practice. Let's see, there are so many benefits I'm just starting somewhere. First of all, oh, excuse me, before I go into the benefits, I actually want to continue the name, finish the name, because there is a word you might not know. So, as you have heard, calm, relaxed, and natural are three states that you will get to experience partially in standing form, partially after standing form. Why do I say partially? Well, you will experience calmness, but after a few moments or minutes, mostly probably moments, your mind will come to your attention. You will become aware what your mind is actually doing. Now, you're standing there. Your body is not allowed to move until you change position into the next form, and your mind is left to its own devices. And although you're supposed to think Dantian and Dantian only and be in this smiling, super beautiful state, your mind often is doing the monkey thing. So Janse actually has this beautiful saying here. It's to tie the wild horses to the post and organize the wild monkeys, the crazy monkeys. So who is the crazy monkey and who are the wild horses? Right, it's your mind. What have we learned? Chi is following the mind. What also did we learn so far in the basics workshop? That Chi needs to be in a good amount, that it needs to flow very smoothly and well. That also means in a very good order. It needs to flow in a very orderly way. It needs also to be in a very good quality. Where does the quality come from? From the type of information. Where does information come from? From the external, yes, but mainly or big time from the internal, from the mind. So, can you see how important it is to have the mind in a calm, orderly, functioning way? Because the chi is going to do exactly what your mind is doing. So, when your mind is being busy all day long, jumping from here to there, one after the other, can you feel the immediate sense? Just me talking like this in a chi field, it should make you a little bit like, whoa. It should make your heart go a little faster, actually. Yeah. So some people are naturally more calmer than others. Those who are naturally more calmer than others will have it a bit easier in standing form, I have to admit. So for me, being an energy bundle, usually, or before I studied Renyuan and Renshe, standing form was and still proves to be a challenge almost every day. But I've also experienced states of consciousness that are beyond words, literally not describable. You will get to experience a peace and a calmness, a silence inside of you, a harmony inside of you. You will get to experience seeing chi inside of you, feeling chi inside of you. You will get to experience a reality that you have not ever experienced before, and you probably won't if you do not practice the Yuan. But I can assure you, you don't want to miss these kind of experiences. They are very special and they put your whole purpose of life into very good perspective. If you're one of those persons who has ever asked themselves, what's the purpose of my life? What is life for? Once you have practiced enough so you experience beautiful states in standing form, you will not have a problem answering that question. You will become knowledgeable about being in the here and now. What you can achieve with standing form in a few short years of practicing, if you try to achieve that with, for example, what you know under sitting meditation, let's say standing form 3 years, sitting meditation 30 years. That's how powerful this standing form is, because of several reasons, which you will hear about now. I'm not kidding. I'm not making other modalities or methods bad either. This is just the reality and the fact of what you can achieve in life cultivation. So, calm, relaxed, and natural. If you're intrigued and interested what that means for a human being to feel and to experience calmness, relaxedness, and normalness or naturalness without having to be someone who you're not, practice D1 and you will get to experience it. The effects of experiencing calm, relaxed, and natural will be that you will feel ding or become ding. D-I-N-G. You have it in your handouts. Ding, when you translate it out of the Chinese, means remaining undisturbed. And wisdom. I don't think I have to talk lots about wisdom anymore, because everything that I've talked about when I didn't talk about the technical sides of the methods actually is wisdom, about how to establish wisdom. Think back to Gongqing. Think back to reverence. Think back to bringing up and practicing the states of love, gratitude, and trust, openness. Think back to maybe you're not right. Also, you might feel very righteous. Think back to all these things. I think I've also talked about being a victim when someone else did something to you that you cannot change anymore. What state of consciousness do you choose to be in? So you keep choosing to blame a person, no matter if they have done right or wrong to you. But if you keep hanging out in that state, if you cannot stop blaming someone else, you will keep staying in that past, and that moment that might have been traumatic, that might have been completely inhumane, not okay, not healthy, and just violent maybe even, you will keep reliving it. You will keep reliving it again and again. The past is the past and it cannot be changed. But what can be changed is the here and the state of consciousness, how you feel in this very moment. This is why we practice Diyuan. You learn to remain undisturbed, and that is to be wise. Wisdom also means, if you remember in the first part, we talked about wisdom a little bit when we talked about the standards of health. When some human being can keep oneself healthy, free of disease and illness, or when you are sick, you can help yourself to get healthy again. That's also wise. So wisdom is a big theme, and I could talk 3 months with you on that now, but it's the basics workshop. But I think, so I do not have much more time there, but I think I've given you lots of concepts and ideas that you can, of course, work with yourself, or when you keep learning with me, for example, in the web classes or retreats, or when you go to any of the retreats that Janse is doing around the world. Then, so when you keep learning Renshe with us, you will be working with those concepts, especially because of the patterns of the consciousness, which we've covered in part 1. So wisdom, a big part comes from being able to remain undisturbed, or coming back to a state in which you are undisturbed. Think about it. What does it mean to be undisturbed? So in D1 we first practice it very, very literally, meaning you go into the position, and from then on you do not move anymore. The telephone is ringing, fine. Someone is at the doorbell, fine. You keep standing. The world won't crash if you are not available for a few minutes throughout the day. I'm pretty sure it won't. I have to say, so I have a little joke about this. If a tsunami is coming, you might as well keep standing, because you won't be able to run away fast enough anyway, right? I mean, if you're standing in standing form and there's a tsunami coming into your room, you don't need to get disturbed. You can stay in this beautiful state that you're in. My only recommendation would be, if fire is the case, you can run away from fire usually. So I would recommend to run. Get disturbed, get moving and run. But stay, ding, remain undisturbed in your Shen. You can't change the fire right now. Of course, I haven't experienced that, and I hope I don't need to experience that. I'm just playing with a few concepts for all of us to really become aware of what is the essence of D1, and what do you have to prepare yourself for. What is your intention that you set up with when you go ahead and practice D1? You want to practice to remain undisturbed. So if you start practicing and the phone's ringing and you just go start taking the phone call, you've been disturbed on a very superficial level. You've been interrupted, and you have allowed yourself to interrupt. So either you think about turning off the phone, which is a very good advice. You will never forget about that once you are standing in the standing form, when you have experienced that and someone rings the bell or is calling you. It's when you're in a very deep state, sudden sounds can be very disruptive for a moment. They can really, they can frighten you, like startle you. So my recommendation is, find a place, tell your family, your partners, find times where your family is not active, maybe when your kids have gone to sleep, or before they get up, or when they are in school, or send them out to a neighbor, forbid them to come home for half an hour. Of course, safety first. So if someone has a problem health-wise, then you stop your standing form and take care of the people in need around you. Other than that, there is not many reasons for why you should interrupt your standing form, because that's exactly what you practice. Yeah? You have a specific amount of time and you stand and you do not move beforehand. Make sure you discuss this. Say, okay, the next half hour is mine. Please don't disturb me. Don't come into the room. Don't play the drums. Don't start up your motorcycle and make it go room, room, room. Send the dog out. Tell him to not bark. Also important, tell your cat to not jump up on you with its claws. We've experienced everything. It's very frightening when an animal jumps you while you stand in standing form. So cats love animals, dogs. Actually, as far as I know, pets, but especially cats, love to hang out with you when you practice any form of Yuan Gong. So just tell them, when you build the chi field, tell the cat, listen cat, enjoy the chi while you're laying. Give me my space. I'm not making jokes. I'm serious. They come like they're little chi suckers. They just, you start practicing and off they come. They appear from nowhere and they show up. It's quite amazing, you know. Cats are really little chi suckers. Dogs, by the way, too. My dog used to love. He would just on all fours up. And actually, last part three, I got a very beautiful picture from one of my students, one of you, and she has thrown the course onto her big TV, and you saw, I got the picture, and there was one dog lying there, whispered, and Waffles, the cat. So the cat was sitting there watching, literally, and the dog was on all fours, just completely relaxed in the chi field. Um, so it's good for them, of course, but just make sure you make a little note to send them the information to leave you be. It doesn't matter if you forget about it, because if that ever happens to you, that the cat jumps up on you, you'll never forget to send this note and information to your cat afterwards. Okay, so just a little nice note. So there's a lot to learn about D1, and having a little laugh in between learning often helps quite well. So remain undisturbed. First you learn it during practice for practice, and then the practice will expand out. It will crawl and influence out into your life like that, and you will be less and less disturbed throughout your day, in your day-to-day life. This, of course, is something you will experience with regular practice over a longer period of time. Great, so we got through the first half. We're going to make a little break right now, please. If you have been sitting cross-legged, stretch your legs and guide chi down before you get up. And just making sure that you don't fall over before you stand. You can also yong-dong your feet a little bit. And like last time, we will just keep the camera running, so the link stays the same. So it's one part and not two parts. And we'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes. It's 2 past. So just go on the toilet, get some more to drink if you need, and we'll meet back up and we will air. So, wie hast du aufmachen kurz? Ja. Jetzt ist leise, jetzt musst du was aufpassen. So. Yuan Tong Ling Ming, welcome back. So we're going to look at the benefits of D1 besides the ones I've already told you about while I was talking about the name. Can you hear me? Yeah. There is several more benefits. To be honest, the benefits of D1 are so far and wide and so expansive. There's so many that you will be experiencing those benefits for the rest of your life when you keep practicing it. There's no end to the benefits of D1 standing form. So I really encourage you to work through the principle, so the beginning obstacles or difficulties, and get to the stage of where you can really start enjoying and really benefiting D1. It is such a magical experience. It really is. It is marvelous. I could just keep talking like this and keep talking about it. It's so amazing. So just do your best. If you want to be healthy, if you want and wish to be extraordinary healthy, if you want to heal something that is, in the opinion of many humans, not easy to heal or impossible to heal or cure, if you truly wish for developing wisdom, developing your life, even changing your individual law, your individual Tao, your destiny, go ahead and incorporate regular D1 practice into your life. You will not be disappointed. And keep going, doing your best to keep implementing it into your life. Might not be as simple as it sounds here in the basics workshop. Okay, just go into the posture and stand there every day for a while. Also, very simple and straightforward. I've already talked a little bit about the difficulties we will encounter. But I can assure you, everybody encounters those difficulties, and it is much nicer to deal with difficulties in standing form than to be constantly plagued by difficulties in life, because we are constantly being disturbed by something in Shen or in body, in Qi. And so D1 will be taking away a lot of those difficulties in your future. So you have to look at D1, like I said, not like a painkiller, but like more a prevention tool that will make your life amazingly, amazingly much more beautiful in the future. Don't think too far. The benefits come after a few days, and they will stay if you continue to practice. And then the benefits will just get bigger and bigger and more, with more and more ramifications into your life. So let's look at some more of the benefits and some features of D1, 3 forms in one for Jing, Qi, and Shen. Calm, relaxed, and natural for Ding and wisdom. First of all, it is strengthening your body, the physical body, and your musculoskeletal system. Or, it strengthens you on the musculoskeletal, on the musculoskeletal level. Because of the posture you're going into, the body posture, your legs are getting very strong, and also your back is getting really strong. Your arms are getting stronger from the position that they're in. So if you have problems with a weak body, or if you have problems with a weak mind, not strong mind, not a strong discipline, for example. I just had a little stop in the flow of my mind, because it just teaching D1 again just reminded me of how much more D1 I personally have to practice when I came to the property of discipline. So that just really stopped my mind flow and just made me think about, oh yeah, right, you have to practice more of it again. Especially for me, because I couldn't practice for 8-9 weeks now, and I'm really also I have practiced for 8 years, but not completely regularly. It's I'm one of those less disciplined persons, unfortunately, but I'm doing the best I can. But I do feel it. I can see the opposite effect of not practicing, which is that I can see that I get disturbed easier again, and also that the discipline has gone away quite a bit. So I can't wait to be able to start practicing D1 again. Also, this is a very good place to say this. You actually can practice D1. Let me start differently. If you do not have the strength or the current physical ability to stand, okay, only then, if you have 2 healthy feet and you can somehow manage to stand, then you should do the standing form standing. If you cannot do that because of physical reasons, you can do the standing form sitting and make a sitting form, or even lying down. But just let me say it again. I did not say you can practice the standing form lying and sitting as well. It is a standing form. But if you're not able to do it standing, you can build yourself up from where you are through maybe only using the arms and the focus into the right dantian. Yeah, this is another really big aspect of Ren or practicing Yuan Gong, a very important one actually. You need to practice to your own abilities and to your own condition. Nobody is within you besides you. And if you cannot stand for 15 minutes, well, you have to stand for 10 minutes. If you cannot stand for 10 minutes, you do it 6 minutes. If you cannot stand for 6 minutes, you do it for 3 minutes, and then you continue sitting for 15 minutes, or however long you manage to do. You can do 2 hours as well, if you like. That is a bit advanced, and it's an interesting experience. So on some of the retreats of Yangtze, I used to do 2 hours every day. It's an amazing experience. It's wonderful. But it might be a bit discouraging to hear that. So we'll stick with 10 to 15 minutes in the beginning, and you build up from there. Yeah. And if you're very weak, then you can do it lying down. You can do a bit longer there maybe, and build yourself up so you can sit, and then you can stand, and then you do it standing. So it strengthens the body. It also strengthens the mind. You get because we focus, because there is not much movement. Standing form is actually a more of a still practice than a moving practice. And stillness is, of course, very beneficial. When you're standing in a very good posture, the qi has to work more. That's why Diyuan is increasing the qi flow. It works very, very strongly on unblocking blocked qi, because you're going in this posture, and then the stillness is with the posture together, increasing the pressure on the qi, so the qi has to work harder and flow stronger, and therefore you end up having better flowing qi. Which also means you will have better flow of blood, so the blood will have to flow stronger and better. And so think about, where is that important? Your lymph will flow better. The nerves, so the qi in the nerves will flow better. So, when your nerves are damaged, the qi will push through there and will make the transmission of what the nerves transmit, and the signals that the nerves carry, the electrical signals, which actually is qi, will flow more. So because of this, nerves, blood, and lymph, your immune system will get stronger. Yeah. So D1, actually all of Yuan Gong works very, very good on the immune system and strengthens it. I'm trying not to get into too many symptoms because, but I want to say a little bit, because if I start talking about symptoms, we're never going to end up and we will have all this information in the chi field. So you just think about whatever is sick in your body, whatever has been weakened over the years of living, depleted, used or overused, the practice of Yuan Gong will make it better. But I believe I've covered that enough in part number 1 of the basics workshop. You can go back and rewatch it if you like. So D1 is very beneficial for this increased chi flow. The still practice is very beneficial because your mind has to, so to speak, become single-minded in a positive way. You are focusing, you're going into the posture, and then you're focusing on this one thing, which is Dantian. And as you keep only allowing yourself to think Dantian, we have a method, Dantian breathing for that, that helps you keeping the focus on that. Something very special happens. This is the reason why we practice the first method and the second method each day. And then when you change, you practice the third method, Renyan, plus the second method. So you can practice any of the main methods of Yuan Gong, but you should always, always practice Di Yuan. It doesn't matter which qi you're working on. Are you working on the membrane qi, or are you in Tian Yuan, or are you working on the channel qi in Ren Yuan? Are you working on the organ qi in Sha Yuan? Are you working on the central channel qi in Chong Yuan, the fifth method? Are you working on the central line qi in Shang Yuan, the sixth method? Are you working on the heighten and cultivation of your Shen qi in Tong Yuan, Ming Yuan, and Ling Yuan and Ming Yuan, the seventh, eighth, and ninth method? You always practice the second method every day. That's the optimal form, okay? Because of one specific reason, and I tell you that reason now. If you don't remember anything about the standing form besides how incredibly beneficial it is and magical, remember what I'm going to say now. D1 is responsible to changing and transforming all the universal chi that you have pumped into your body through any of the supplementary or the other methods, exercises, into your own individual Dantian chi. So when you practice Yuan Gong, you are obviously accumulating and gathering a lot of Yuan Qi. Remember the Qi of the universe, part number 1. And part number 2, I think I've talked about this a lot. But it still is the universal Qi. You have more of it inside of you. It's like you have been drinking water, but your stomach has never assimilated it. Yeah? So Dantian Qi you receive through the transformation that happens through the focus in Di Yuan. So you go into the posture, you then focus on Dantian, and all the Qi has to be pulled there, is going there, and it's staying in there in Dantian, and it's transforming. It starts to be incorporated, transformed, changed into Dantian. It's like it's like the fermentation of, wine or something. So first you have grape juice and then you let it sit there and it's doing nothing but sitting there and being in there, and it starts to process. It starts to transform and change, turning into wine. And that's what we're doing. And it's highly important. What you need if you want to get healthier and stronger, and if you want to develop first health and then extraordinary health, if you want to develop potential, you need more Dantian Qi. Dantian Qi is your Qi. It's imprinted with your information. That means it carries your personal information. Um, all the information that you are from all of the lives, all of the cause and effect. So the law of cause and effect is constantly transforming and changing and influencing your chi, and all of that is in there. And then the Stantian chi is then flowing out and nourishing your body or your organs or your shen. So it's your fuel. It is the fuel you need. So if you've ever learned any form of Qigong or any other physical practice that does not incorporate standing form, I recommend to you to actually try Yuan Gong for 3 to 4 months up to a year before you say you're not practicing any further. By then, I know you will have observed so many changes, beneficial changes, and benefits that you will not leave it anymore. So let's look at this a bit more. 3 forms in one. We have 3 dantians. We have the lower dantian, we have the middle dantian, and we have the upper dantian. So the lower dantian is behind the belly button, but lower. I think we've gone through this in part 1, but I would like to go through it one more time. Please go ahead and look into your handouts and bring up this guy. I'm actually gonna ask Eva, can you just tap Chi down, please, for a moment? Guide Chi down. Just bring Chi down to your legs. And I'm going to ask you to show this one more time while I'm talking. Let me just find the dude. Okay. There he is. Okay. So in case you don't have your handouts handy, this is very important right now. So you see a point at your belly button, which is called Du Chi, remember? And from there, this is the upper boundary of lower Dantian. So below the belly button is Dantian, pretty much to the center of the body. When you then look upwards to middle Dantian, there's Tan Shong. And Tan Shong is the upper boundary of the middle Dantian. Okay, so that's the top of the middle Dantian. Again, pretty much to the center. And then you have upper Dantian. This is Yin Tang, the point between your eyebrows, and that's the exact center point of the center of upper Dantian. Now just draw a line back from Yin Tang to the center of your head. The center of upper Dantian is on the height of Yin Tang in the head. Thank you, Eva. And then, okay. So, can you please go forward so that they see your belly button? Also the height of your belly button, as close as possible. Yeah, and can you put, yeah, that's a good idea, great. So can you put your hands like this? Look to me, one hand like this. Okay, now form a fist with the other hand. A fist with the other hand and put it underneath there. Yeah, so now keep your hand straight. Yeah, so her, okay, sorry, one more, no, they don't need to see me, stay in the middle, great, thank you. Now take your fist hand away again, yeah. So this hand is now in her belly button, on the level of her belly button, yes? Now put your fist hand there, this is where Upper Dantian is inside your body, and now put your second hand around, so you have two fists, yeah, like this, just in the middle of your body, but that's the height about, and that's the size of lower dantian. Two fists of your own hands. Can you put both hands into a fist and put them beside each other? Both hands, yeah, and like this. So that's about the size of your lower dantian when it's filled, nourished well. Okay, so can you see? Do you understand? It's written very exactly in the handouts, but it makes sense, right? So that's the size of your own lower dantian. Two fists, either like this or with one hand on over the other of your own hands. And it is just below Du Chi, and it goes down as far as it goes down. And yeah, the middle dantian is at the boundary of Tan Shong. So Tan Shong is found very simple, lower. So first I'll show you for women, when you are putting your hand under your shoulder, like this, thumb out, yeah, and now relax your shoulder completely. So now put the other hand under the little finger, where the boundary of the little finger is, right there, okay? And now take the hand under the shoulder away. And now you can see, go from the where the finger is, go over to the center line. In the center, on the sternum, is Tan Shong. You can read up in the notes how it's written. One more time, relaxed the shoulders, hands under. You see the thumb is sticking out, yeah? And now naturally where your little finger is, the line of your little finger, this is where you put your finger, and then you just go from there over to the center. That's where Tan Shong is, okay? Yeah. Can you lower your hands a bit so they see your fingertip? Great. Yeah? Everybody all right? That's how everybody finds their Tan Shong. Men do have it a bit easier. They only have to go to the heights of their nipples and go into the center. It's just for us women, it's different everywhere, right? Because everybody has different size of breasts. And so that's how we find our Tan Shong, with the hand method. So now you put your hand like this again on Tan Shong, and that's the upper boundary of your middle dantian, and now you put the other fist there under, like we did before. Very good. So this is the level, this is where your middle dantian is in Yuan Gong. Now you can take your other hand away, the one on top, yeah. Okay, so that's the position, of course, inside your body, in the center of the body, where your middle dantian is. And the size is exactly, also pretty much one fist of your own hands. Okay? And then Tan Shong is, that's middle dantian. And then the upper dantian is in the center of behind in tongue. So please put your index finger on in tongue. Yeah, and maybe can you bring your face more to the camera, the green point? Great, here we go. This is where in tongue is. And now you're going to the center of your head. And now put your hand, the other hand on Bai Hui. The finger, sorry, the finger, yeah. So what can you see? So you go to the center. Good. Up, lift up from Bai Hui. Yeah. So now you're going to the center. Yeah, good idea, great idea. Maybe you change hands because then we can see. Yeah. So now we have, you see, in tongue in the front between the eyebrows, Bai Hui on top, the highest point, you know, the Bai Hui is not exactly in the center of the head. It's a bit, so Eva is showing you right. Can you maybe bring your finger out a bit more? Yeah, now we can see the finger. And now you go to the center of both places until imagine your fingers go into the head until they meet. And this is the center of your upper dantian. It's the center point of the center of upper dantian. And upper dantian, thank you, Eva. Stay there for a moment, just calm. Upper dantian is as big as a ping pong ball. Yeah? Have you ever played ping pong? Ping pong? That's how big your upper dantian is. Thank you. Okay, so of course it's important for you to know exactly where your dantians are. Of course, there's nothing physical to be found. It's chi gathering places. If you ask yourself how people know that, it's because they can see their dantian and feel the dantian chi vibrate in certain, or also feel dantian open and close. This is what you will be able to do too if you have practiced. As long as you need to practice to be able to do that. That can be for some people a few years and for some people a few decades. It's not, well, it's easy for someone who can, so it's not that difficult, and we don't practice to achieve any of these things, but it's also important for you to know what you can achieve. So you can start to, you can learn or you can develop the ability to see chi externally, but also internally inside of you. And this is, by the way, also one of the benefits and features of Di Yuan. When you practice Di Yuan, you will much faster develop special abilities that are not very common in human beings these days, but seeing chi is one of them, or feeling chi. Seeing chi inside and outside is one of them, and therefore you need a lot of Shen Qi, a lot of upper dantian Qi, since upper dantian Qi is nourishing your Shen. Okay, so know where your dantian is because you have to think there. Di Yuan can help you open the neck, the shoulders, the lower back, and your hips. It also, of course, is strengthening ankles and knees. So if you have problems in any of those, neck, shoulders, spine, lower back, especially lower back and hips, standing form, Di Yuan is your thing. Okay, maybe I should come back to the dantians actually a little bit more. We practice on the 3 dantians. Why is that? So in traditional forms of Qigong, you would have practiced lower dantian for about 3 to 5 years before you were even allowed or have to go to middle dantian. Or before, allowed is maybe not the right word. before it would have made sense. Most standing forms are simply go into the position, think of Dantian, and that's it. And because that is so difficult for the mind to do, it takes years and years and years before it makes any sense to go to middle Dantian. Because here it is. Middle Dantian Qi can be accumulated healthily or only when lower Dantian Qi is well nourished. So you can nourish Dantian Qi. There's no end to how much Qi you can gather there. It just gets more and more dense. And this is also the reason why with years of practice you can start seeing it, because the more Qi, the better it becomes and the brighter it becomes. And of course, the brighter Dantian is, the easier it is to see inside of you. I will not explain to you how this is or how that works, because if you practice, you will one day see Dantian. And if you don't practice, you don't need to know how it is, because it will stay on a need, it will stay on a do I believe in it or do I not believe in it basis. I'll tell you, if you apply, if you practice, you get to experience. You will. So you have to imagine it a little bit like, I'm going to use a metaphor, like, have you ever seen one of those champagne towers where when there's a lot of glasses at the bottom and then you put the second row of glasses on top and then the next row of glasses of that and the next row of glasses on that. And when you pour the champagne, you simply pour the champagne on top in the upper glass, where there's only one single glass, and you pour the champagne in and it starts overflowing and it flows down, and it starts to fill all the glasses. Yeah. Not that I do drink champagne. I personally don't drink alcohol since I'm 21 years old. That's now 19 years. I just don't like it. But, I've seen it in movies. So I think pretty much every one of us has seen that picture somewhere. And that's how you have to imagine it. Just the other way around. So lower Dantian Qi started to become better and has started to nourish your whole body everywhere. There was enough Dantian Qi in lower Dantian that your body could heal. And then, when, so to speak, there's an overflow, there's enough reserve of Dantian Qi in lower Dantian, it can rise up through the central channel, into middle Dantian and start accumulating there. And the same, when both Dantian are then overflowed and the body and the organs, which is what middle Dantian Qi is nourishing, it's important for the health of your organs. So once your organs are completely healthy, there will be enough Qi there to be able to rise up to upper Dantian. And then it can start to nourish Shen, and this is when you will start to develop special abilities. Meaning, first, the normal abilities of your brain and Shen, your mind, will increase, like logical thinking, imagination, creativity, seeing, hearing, tasting, thinking, all of those things. And then you will be able to, the more Qi you gather, the more Qi you accumulate and you increase the quality in upper Dantian, the more special abilities will manifest, like seeing Qi, feeling Qi, being able to heal yourself and others with Qi, being able to see wide, like thousands and thousands of kilometers, being able to know direct information, no information from the past, from the future. It doesn't have to be processed through your eyes and the brain, or through your ears and the brain, or through your mouth and the brain, or through experiencing and the brain, so memory. Direct knowing means picking up information directly out of the chi field. Pure information. You just know things and they will be true. This is one of the higher levels of special abilities. Seeing chi and feeling chi is one of the lower ones, depending on how much chi there is. Yeah? So microscopic vision, that you can look into stones, that you can look through walls, that you can look into rooms, and we've had it all happen already with some students. It's quite interesting. It's really, really amazing. One of the students of Yance can go with her mind into any computer and change the information in there. So she did that once because she couldn't get a flight ticket to a retreat. And then, I'm sorry, I have to laugh, because Janse then had a talk with her that she probably took the ticket away from someone else. And so it's not a good way of using the special ability this way, which, right, the law of cause and effect is always able, is always applicable, is always influencing, is always working. So that's a good thing, that special abilities aren't acquired all that simple. You know, telekinetic, telepathy, when you can move things without touching, that's also, you know, so you just think this, you can make things appear and disappear. You can, you know, you yourself can appear and disappear. So there's interesting things. You can Google special abilities. There's lots out there on the internet web, and you need to research a bit. Some of them are fakes, some quite of them are real. So many of what you know, magicians or mentalists, they actually have special abilities, and they can do those things that can do, and we can explain it all, how that works and why it works via chi. And I would love to keep talking about these things, but we don't really have time in the basics course to talk about these things. But you can read up or keep studying with us, with Janse, me, or other Renshue teachers, and you will hear a lot about it. And if you keep applying, you will develop special abilities. One more thing I want to say about special abilities. I recommend to you, that's just a recommendation, you don't need other people to tell you things from the future or the past, or to do things to you. You can do it all yourself eventually, and when you can do it, it will be the exact right time for you in your life. You don't want to be using special abilities if you're not meant to use them, because there's one thing about special abilities you need to know, and that is they use incredible amounts of chi. And that's why, in case you're able to tell the future, keep it to yourself, don't use it. It's not necessary, okay? Use it in a way that, you know, so you can help make clear to other people, you know, be able to transmit, or how do you to share. If you can manage other people to get to think about their lives, and so that they start to understand the importance of working on chi and life, developing chi and life, developing your health. Use it for that, but you don't need to tell anybody what they don't need to know. If they don't know themselves, you know, just tell them. You can use it to teach that developing that is very important. Why? if someone has special abilities, you can, of course, observe the reality, the true reality, in a way more expansive way, right? So if you see chi, of course, it's easy for you don't have to doubt chi anymore or the existence of chi. I mean, it's not that simple. Remember, not even, the stand or the level that Western science is on these days, it's pretty good. It's pretty high level. I mean, it's pretty amazing. But still, there is not one technical device yet that can detect chi on its pure level. So human consciousness is so far the only entity, if you like, that is able to um, detect chi and to prove that chi is real. But Shen Qi needs to be incredibly nourished, and the body and everything needs to be very healthy. Now, there is something more that I need to say to special abilities, because it's not as extreme with the Dantians as nothing or all. There is always Qi in lower Dantian, in middle Dantian, in upper Dantian, and it is communicating with one another. But in most people, this is very, very low. This property is not very strong, and there's not enough Qi in any of the three Dantians. Yeah, and it also the same is the same goes for some people have special abilities just like that. They just open through an accident or through a natural happening, or just that they have been open. It's specific gates in the head, specific points where chi is entering, and they just have this ability. Um, you know, and but it is important for those people to know how to use them, because special abilities do use up so much chi, and it's very common to observe people who do not know about them, who do not practice a very good system of qigong. They use them in a wrong way and they end up very sick, either in their mind, which is one of the reasons why there's mental disabilities, mental illnesses. One reason, not the only reason, but it's one reason. They have used up too much of the mental chi, so to speak, and that's why not it doesn't work very, it's not in order anymore up there. That's, so when we have lost order in the mentality, in the mental area, we are mentally sick, maybe. Yeah, or in the body even. So if you develop special abilities, come and talk to me. I will inform you of how you will deal with it healthy. For the first few years, it's easy. You just ignore them. If you don't know how to ignore it, come to me and talk to me about it. Yeah. So there's some individual sessions can help you with that. It's not that difficult to know, and then you can deal with it again by yourself. Remember, self-autonomy is one of our goals in Renshu, to be able to deal with everything oneself. So in Di Yuan, we work on all three dantians because of that one reason, that all three dantians need to be nourished in order for the whole life of you, which is body, qi, and shen, function together, communicate together, and be harmonic with each other. I would love to keep talking about this, but you can keep reading into that, and you just need to keep learning in the future years if you're interested. That is, I'll have to get on with the D1 itself. So we use Dantian breathing That's very, very important for you to know what that is, and we're going to learn that now. Let me just go through the four. It's actually part of what I'm coming to now. I just want to repeat that. I think I've gone, let me just check up. Yeah, we learn about Dantian breathing now. I haven't forgotten anything. That's great. It's just so much, and I want to make sure I give you all that I can give you. So, like in Tien Yuan, the first method, in Diyuan we also have guidelines for Diyuan practice, guidelines for how you practice. Number one, I will read it to you so you have the exact phrases. Follow nature to facilitate transformation. Simple practice to reap benefits directly. Our standing form is a position which is very natural for the body. In traditional Qigong, there's many standing forms and they're very complex positions for the body, very difficult, very unnatural. The result is a lot of pain during practice, a lot of discomfort, and a very unnatural feeling, which the result out of that is resistance, meaning you will not want to practice it, meaning you will never gain extraordinary health. That's as simple as it is. Standing forms are powerful, but they can be quite uncomfortable and then resistance builds up. So Janse has organized or formed, standing form, developed, that's the word I'm looking for. Janse has developed Diyuan position, so it's a natural position, which is the principle we take on in Renshe anyway, natural development based on knowledge and wisdom of the reality, of the totality of the universe. All the factors that belong into one thing is the totality, and you want to base it on the totality and the reality of that, which is what we call total reality. And a naturalness about that, a natural posture will make you feel comfy and will make you feel really like nice, and really you can appreciate it. You can then experience the benefits, and that means that you will apply, you will practice. And that's when you will be able to achieve the transformation from the universal qi that you've brought in through other methods and exercises of Yuan Gong. You will then be able to transform it into Dantian qi. Lower Dantian qi nourishes the body, middle Dantian qi nourishes the organs and the health of the organs, and upper Dantian nourishes your Shen. Okay, so natural standing form position is important. And also a natural way of being, which incorporates the Dantian breathing, which I'll get to right away. We've talked about the second form, second guidance, 3 forms combined to improve Shen and Qi, whole body strengthened and foundation built. You can read up on that, I've just talked about it all the time. Number 3 is still practice, still practice, well complemented with moving practice. Working on qi is well balanced with nourishing qi. So you do the first method or the third method or the fourth method, then you use Diyuan to balance it. So the other methods are moving methods with the whole body, and standing form is a still practice. And you want to balance still and moving practice, because you want to accumulate and unblock, and then you want to nourish and transform. I've explained that too. And then we get to number 4, Dantian breathing, all natural, focus and unification for deep calmness, and Ling, Ling. So, Dantian breathing is benefiting us to be able to get into incredible deep and calm state because it increases the focus of your consciousness so much and keeps you focused. By the way, it also gives you the benefit of having more focus, stronger focus, higher concentration. And it gives that, also Dantian breathing gives that to you. And also it gives you not only calmness and higher focus, but a special state of consciousness, which is called Ling. Obviously Chinese. The Ling state is the state in which special potential can manifest. The Ling state is the state in which special abilities, extraordinary abilities, normal abilities of human beings, please, completely natural and very normal to have. Every human being has special abilities, not everybody the same, but if you practice, let's say 30 to 40 years, everybody can develop all the special abilities or quite a few of them. And where the special state in which that can happen is Ling. But not only special abilities, also it's the state in which you are very clear, in which wisdom develops. Ling is the state in which you have realizations, right? Realizations are a realization. You know what a realization is, right? When do you get wise? On your 70th birthday? No, on your 60th? Or do you get wise with each realization you have in life? Along your life, yeah. So a realization is something that is based upon the total reality of the universe. The total reality, you could also call it the total truth. But that, so many people say they know the truth, so reality is a very good and decent word and understanding for what we want to achieve. Yeah, that's the Ling state, and you get that in standing form. And a big help is Dantian breathing. So let's learn Dantian breathing. First of all, you Dantian breathe in each corresponding Dantian. So when you do the standing form in lower Dantian, you do lower Dantian Chi. When you do in the middle Dantian, you do middle Dantian Chi. When you go in upper Dantian, you breathe in upper Dantian Chi. Right? So you breathe in the corresponding Dantian in which position you are at. Dantian breathing is very simple. Maybe you want to just relax a bit more to remember that. Imagine your breathing is going with Dantian. So it's that simple. Okay, so feel to where the Dantian is, and then first become aware of your breath. Breathing in, breathing out, and observe. Just observe, now I'm breathing in, and okay, now I'm breathing out. Just observe, become aware of when you breathe in and when you breathe out. Do not adjust the breathing in any form of way, just observe it. That's why we call it natural breathing. And once you're aware of when you breathe in and you breathe out, you imagine that your lungs merge with your lower dantian. And then just like the lungs, when you breathe in, Dantian expands. When you breathe out, Qi is going deep into Dantian. Your lungs go smaller when you breathe out and bigger when you breathe in. So you breathe in, you breathe into Dantian. Imagine there is a tube from your lungs going into Dantian. You breathe in, Dantian expands just a little bit, not outside of your body. Stay inside of your body. Dantian expands, and when you breathe out, the Qi is being pulled into Dantian, and it's being pulled deep and deeper and deeper, and it gets very dense. Yeah? So with the breathing, Dantian expands and contracts, and expands and contracts, expands and contracts. You can imagine your nose has fallen down, sitting on your Dantian. You breathe in, Dantian expands. You breathe out, Dantian contracts. Now, to just make it a bit more confusing, not really confusing, it's just you can breathe the other way around too. You can imagine that when you breathe in, Dantian expands, and when you breathe out, Dantian contracts. Both is right. Just go ahead and observe. Stick with one first. For most of the times, Dantian breathing for beginners is easier to imagine that when you breathe in, Dantian gets big, and when you breathe out, Dantian contracts. Yeah, like a balloon. What do you do when you blow into a balloon? The balloon is blowing up. When you let air out of it, when you breathe out, it contracts. When you breathe into the balloon, it gets bigger. When you breathe out, it gets smaller. Okay? Go ahead and practice that. And when we learn Zhong Yuan, the fifth method, if you're still with me then, that has time. First learn first and second and apply and the supplementary exercises. Then you learn the third method and you apply that, and then you learn the fourth method and you apply that, and then you have built a good basis, a good foundation all the time with Di Yuan, and then you can start practicing the fifth method, Zhong Yuan, which is a different form of Dantian breathing. Okay, but we explain that when we're there, one step after the other. Okay, so you go into the body position, and then once you have adjusted the body, which we go through now, you regulate the body, you adjust the body, you put it into the right position step by step. You have some lines, some phrases for that. And then you adjust the Shen going into standing form. A lot like the 6 verses, you try to adjust your Shen into a specific state. And then you start Dantian breathing until there's not many thoughts happening anymore. Some thoughts will always happen, but you will slip into this Ding or Ling state even, depending on, this deeper state. Your body will completely dissolve. I mean that. After you have practiced a while, as soon as you go into the standing form, your body disappears on you, and you are simply there, either seeing Dantian or feeling Dantian or feeling Qi coming in, or nothing much, just silence, peace, calmness, an incredible serenity, or just beautiful Qi movements. It's really amazing. So my wish for you is that you get to experience that. It's marvelous. It is a highly healing state. If you practice and you get to be in this state, it's a highly unified state of Qing, Qi, Shen, and the universe. You all have become one. And in this state, healing is happening very fast and very powerful. So Di Yuan definitely pays off to practice. besides how great you feel. Remember, you might experience chi reactions. If you don't remember what that is, go back in your notes and read up on the page what that is. Chi reactions are very normal during D1. Ignore them, continue to practice. They are a passing phenomenon and they will go away. And the way through is to practice, not to stop practicing. Then they just come back when you start up again. Good. One more thing I want to say. In Ren Shui, we apply the knowledge, or in Yuan Gong, we apply the knowledge or the method of no pain, no gain is wrong. So when you have too much pain, stop and continue the next day again. You don't want to push to extremes because then resistance to the practice builds up. And in standing form, you might experience a lot of things. I don't want to say them now too much. I say one thing, your feet might start cramping, you know? So build yourself up incrementally. You start maybe with 5 minutes lower dantian, 3 minutes middle dantian, and 1 minute upper dantian. Then you can build up. In 2 weeks, you can do maybe 10 minutes lower dantian, 5 minutes middle dantian, and 3 minutes upper dantian. Or you can do 5, 5, 5. You can do 15 minutes lower dantian, 10 minutes middle dantian, 5 minutes upper dantian. You can do 1 hour lower dantian, 40 minutes middle dantian, and 20 minutes upper dantian. So you choose how you want to do that. It's up to you. Just practice, enjoy, become a scientist and and discover things and see how you play around with standing form, and just go and do it from today on every day. Standing form is your best friend. It gives you everything there is to be had in the universe. At the end of the standing form, we do the same thing that we do after Tian Yuan, which is guiding the Qi down 3 times. And at the 3rd time, we go to lower dantian, send Qi there, draw the Qi from around us inside, and draw back. Oh, so I have a demonstrator actually. I usually teach by myself, so I have to demonstrate and talk and teach and transmit, and now I'm having really nice time. So, yeah, if you guide Qi down, please. One important thing, we do the same movements at the end, the pouring of the Qi 3 times. The movements are the same, but your focus is a different one. Okay, so in Tian Yuan, the first method, when we open and when we connect San Chao, we pour Qi to fill the whole body. So you imagine you're streaming the Qi in a big, broad stream through the whole body. Eva, can you stand up, please, for me and come close to me? So turn around to look forward. So you're combing the Qi in here and then through the whole body. You're filling the whole body. Understood? When we do D1, we do want to connect the 3 dantians together. Have you seen? Can you come a bit to the back, please, to me here? Yep. Have you seen the 3 dantians are in one line? And that's exactly what we do. We think qi goes in and by hui, and then goes in the center core through upper dantian, and in a narrow line down in the central channel into the middle dantian, in the central channel down to lower dantian, and in lower dantian we're splitting qi up in the middle and send it down the core of both legs. Always the core. Yeah, thank you. That's great. Did you understand that? Core down, always in one central channel, and then in lower dantian you split the qi up in two spirals, and you send it down in the core of your legs. All right? That's the mind activity. That's the difference that you do in Tian Yuan, the broad stream through the whole. That's why it's important that Hui Yin is lifted. And in Di Yuan, you want to connect the three dantians and open the channel between them. Yeah, imagine there's like a garden hose from upper dantian to middle dantian, and a garden hose from middle dantian to lower dantian, and that's where you send the qi through. Just that there is no skin, so the hose is not really there. It's just a spiral of qi. The qi spirals in this spiral down. Okay, like flow. I hope I was able to say that clear. Good. Then please stand up and go into the natural standing position, which is feet in shoulder width, lifting up from Bai Hui. The tongue is resting on the upper palate and the arms are hanging naturally to the sides. So this is our basic standing position. Also lift Hui Yin to Ming Men. Okay, so we're going to go through the physical requirements first. Okay, and you can follow along right away. You have those lines written down. I recommend again to you, with time, learn them by heart, because then you can think them with closed eyes and you can go through step by step for each physical requirement, and this is how you get perfectly into the posture. Now, the optimal thing is really to practice first Tian Yuan, and instead of after the third time pouring qi down, going around and drawing qi back, you go from here. When you send qi into dantian, you then go into the standing form. Eva, can you walk a bit forward so you're a bit bigger in there? I think it's important to see the posture really good. Stop, stop. Yeah, so your head's still there for now. Okay, yeah. Okay, so from this posture, okay, after Tian Yuan, but you can also practice Di Yuan just like that, which is then you would start with the preparation of relaxing the body and building the qi field with the 6 verses, or any other way how you like building a qi field. So the posture is first holding the arms in a circle at lower dantian and lowering the body slightly. Thank you. Lift from Bai Hui, stand up and turn to the sides facing the door. Again, from natural standing position, you go bringing the arms, holding them in a circle, and then lowering the body, lifting Hui Yin. So the back is nice and straight. So can you go lower, please? Lower, lower, lower. So you can go as low as you want. That gets more difficult. Lift up. Good. That's too straight. So your knees should never be locked. You definitely want, so you definitely want some lowering. Lower the body slightly, but you can lower the body just a little tiny bit. Like this, yeah, in the beginning. But remember, the lower you go, the more benefits you will have. Okay? Good. So if you please turn to the front. Okay, so arms in a circle and lowering the body slightly. Now you go through regulating the body, adjusting the body, lifting up from above, head centered and upright. Smile. We're not kidding. We want you to smile. Naturally, you don't need to grin, a big grin, but we want you to have a natural smile. Practice this from the very beginning. It's part of the physical adjustment. Smiling is bringing up, on a physical level, it's triggering a lot of nerves that then will help you adjust your state and keep in a healthy state. And also, when someone's watching you, you don't look like a grumpy meditator, which this is supposed to bring joy, and it does. So we're not kidding. Smile. Shoulders relaxed and chest lightly concaved. Armpits hollow. Arms in a circle. Back pulled up. So, can you lift up and stand to the side, please? Sideways. What we mean with the back is being pulled up, it means the upper back from about the shoulder blades onwards, upwards. It's not your shoulders that you lift, it's not the shoulder blades that you lift, but from the level of your shoulder blades, you want to have the feeling as if air is rising up, which is actually chi. Your upper back is lifted. For example, have you ever seen it should give you a regal feeling, like a swan. You're presenting yourself and the back is lifting up, and from up there, the rest of the spine is hanging down. So you achieve that through thinking that your upper back is lifting towards Bai Hui. Okay? The next phrase is then to arms in a circle, holding wondrous chi. Relax your shoulders. And the shoulders, the armpits are hollow. So you want to be able to have air coming into your armpits, which is actually chi is supposed to be able to enter there. Yeah? Abdomen and lower back relaxed. Hips as if sitting. So you can see that very well. With Eva, you can put a bar stool under her bum and she would be in a perfect position. Yeah? You can imagine that you're sitting on a long stick. You definitely want to have the position as if sitting on a higher thing, on a higher elevated thing. Then you think, or then the next line is Wei Lu, which is your tailbone down, Hui Yin up, lift Hui Yin, thighs open and relaxed. Imagine you're sitting on a horse, they're open and they're relaxed, very relaxed. You're actually lifting from Bai Hui. Or imagine that you're like a puppet hanging down from Bai Hui. You don't use the strength of your legs. Relax your thighs completely. Knees and ankles relaxed. If you see Eva's back, her back is almost straight. You don't want, can you show the wrong version, please? Can you see that? You do not want to stick your bum out and go into a hollow, arched back. Lift Hui Yin, and through lifting Hui Yin to Ming Men, you get this flat back. And the lower back is opening. That's very important. Yeah? Feet flat on the floor. So make sure, feel into your feet. You don't want to be standing either more on the outer sides of your feet, or you don't want to be standing too much on the front of your feet. You actually want to, if anything, have a bit more weight on the heels so you don't fall over. But you want to have actually just equal pressure on your feet, and they're supposed to be flat on the floor. Your toes are on the floor, your heels are on the floor, the inside and the outside are on the floor. Feet flat on the floor. Good. So please lift up from Bai Hui and turn forwards. And now you come back to me, please, so they see when your arms are up. Nice and broad. Good. Go into it. Okay, just go through the requirements yourself, more or less. Good. So after so many minutes, let's say 5 minutes, you have been standing in lower dantian. Oh, we will go through the mental requirements, but first I go through the positions. So once you're getting ready to lift, to go to middle dantian, you just allow your wrists to float up to above the chest level, somewhere where you're comfortable, not higher than the shoulders, no higher than the shoulders. And when you see, can you please walk forward a bit so they see this better? So can you see her wrists are like suspended in the level, and her hands are very, that was good. Her hands were very relaxed, and her elbows are hanging down. Her shoulders are hanging down. Can you show the wrong version, please, with elbows up? It says arms in a circle, but actually relax again, go into the right position. And your hands a bit further apart, shoulder width. So your wrists are on shoulder width, as wide as your shoulders, and you have your arms nice in a circle. You can put them a bit forward. Yeah, not too much. Your elbows are hanging naturally. Okay, turn to the side, please. Okay, so can you see? So bring the hands closer to your body. That would be not right, and bring him further apart than before. That's too hard work too. So just bring him in a natural position, somewhere half round, all right? And feel into your shoulders. They're really naturally hanging down the shoulders, and your elbows are hanging down too, and your fingers are hollow and relaxed. You're actually holding a chi ball in each hand, and you're holding a chi ball in the whole area here as well, the arms. Good. And then come back to here, please. And after when you're finished with middle dantian, all the time you do not move the rest of the body. You just allow your arms to float into the right position. Your chin stays in all the time. Your neck is long, your back is pulled up, your lower back is out, and Hui Yin is lifted. Your hips are as if sitting, your feet are flat on the floor. And then you just allow your arms to float up into the position you know already. The wrists again on shoulder width, as wide as your shoulders. And your hands are not in an angle, they're just naturally round. It's a very nice and round position that you're in, like as if you would be holding a ball. And you're showering qi into your upper dantian. Yeah? Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. There's two positions, one with lifted shoulders, which is very difficult, and one with relaxed shoulders, where they sit in their natural posture, but you still have lifted the arms. Okay, good. Lifting from Hui Yin. Oh, sorry. Go down again. Now just lower your body one more time. So at the end of practice, you first draw chi back. You think good into upper dantian, and then you get ready to enter form, and then you think Bai Hui and you just lift from Bai Hui. Imagine that someone is pulling you up from Bai Hui. Like with the squats, don't stand up with the strength of your legs. And then you continue to pour Qi down, form the hand form and guide Qi down, hands outside, mind and Qi inside in the central channel from upper dantian connecting to middle dantian, connecting to lower dantian. Splitting the Qi up, down, and you continue to do this 2 more times and then you finish up like before. I have to save a bit of time so we get to practice. Nourish some Qi, please. Thank you. Good. So now go ahead and please sit down, everybody. And you too, Eva, a little bit. Just sit down while we go through the mental adjustment, the adjustment of the mind. So once you have done the preparation, which is relaxation and the Qi field building, and then either the first method or any of the other methods, or pulling Qi, any of the supplementary exercises, you can also do 30 squats and then do the standing form. So standing form is just, remember, you have gathered a lot of Qi through any of the methods, and now you want to transform the Qi. So you can do D1 without any of the methods beforehand. So you only do the preparation, relaxation, Qi field building, and you go into D1. This is fine. You also gather a lot of Qi through D1. But remember, it's nicer if you unblock the Qi first, especially when you start practicing Yuan Gong. You will have a lot of blockages, and then D1 might prove to be a bit uncomfortable because the Qi starts flowing and it tries to work on your, on your blockages. And how do we feel blockages? Pain. Pain equals blockages, blockages equals pain. So don't worry, it's just Qi reactions and it will be over after standing form. But if you do unblock the Qi first with some Ren Yuan or squats or Tian Yuan, you have gathered a lot of Qi as well. So a more amount of Qi will also break through the blockages better. That's my recommendation to you, to practice Di Yuan, Tian Yuan or any of the other methods first. So, but when you're getting ready to do D1, you go through the, adjusting the body. Those things, those phrases we just went through, and which I will also guide you through one more time. Once we practice it, we'll just fit in a few moments of D1 together. Your first D1 practice, ooh, that's a little bit exciting. Since I know the benefits and I know what it can do for your life, and I know what it will change your life to the positive if you apply and practice. That's why I'm a little bit excited for you to have your first D1 today. It's a very special thing. I can only tell you so much for your entire life. Sorry, I digressed again. But you see, I just love standing form, no matter how difficult it might have proven for me. It's just amazing and it gives so much. So this breaks through again and again when I should be teaching you the adjustment of Shen and Qi, the mind, during standing form, which we do now. So once you have gone and done everything, you've ended up in feet flat on the floor, you come to adjustment of the mind. So imagine you're now standing in the perfect position, okay? This goes like this. Qi and mind back into the head, a calm, clear and bright space inside. The same as when we went through the 6 verses. Try to make everything a state of being. Look inside. Look inside and look into the calm, clear and bright space in your head. The next adjustment is expand the bright space into the whole body. Internal and external become one. This is actually the moment when your body starts to disappear because you unify with the universe, with Jing, with Qi and Shen. This will happen with practice. Internal and external become one. Okay, so you just imagine this bright space and it's filling your whole body, and as you do this, internal and external becomes one. The next one is natural breathing inside Dantian. So this is when you start to observe your breathing and unify it with Dantian. Observe the wondrous changes. Observe yourself in a calm state. Enjoy the wondrous changes inside. As I have mentioned, you will experience a lot during standing form, a lot of seemingly magical things, things that you have never experienced before, things you didn't know existed, but are total reality. Those are the wondrous changes we refer to. And observe yourself in a calm state. So you're supposed to observe Dantian through Dantian breathing, but suddenly you start feeling Qi moving somewhere, or your head starts lightning bright lights, or you start seeing one of the organs. Yes, you will. And so just be with it, observe. Don't get attached to it, don't get scared to it. There's nothing to be scared of. There is even nothing to be happy about. Just observe yourself in a calm state, no matter what happens. There is nothing that you need to be scared of. It's all normal in the world of total reality of what human being life can be like. This is what Dion will do for you. It will expand your horizons. It will expand your knowledge about who you are and what you are. It is so amazing. So just keep observing and finish the practice like you've planned. You can expand it. Sometimes what will happen is that you've planned to stand 20 minutes or 30 minutes and you might not want to finish. So that's good. You can continue. Just keep standing. If you're in a good state, keep standing. If you have time and like. So it's a good thing to schedule your standing form in the evening when you don't have to rush off to another appointment. You might stand the whole night. That was a joke. But if you can, and if it happens, it can happen. Okay? So, observe yourself in a calm state. Enjoy the wondrous changes inside. The next adjustment of the mind is the body is relaxed. And for me at that time, the body is actually dissolved. So the body is relaxed and dissolved. Feel free to add that, if you like, to your notes. Body relaxed and dissolved, filling with uplifting Qi. So you feel that Qi is coming in and it's being filled with this life force. Joy is naturally opening your heart. Literally. Once you have learned the position and you've experienced everything, you will literally feel joy expanding your heart. You feel that. It goes, wow, and you're going to be so happy in a very calm way. You're going to feel serene. The next adjustment is the heart is radiant. So you're streaming and radiating. Qi is rising, so you're going to feel that, or you're just going to feel very uplifted. Either you can feel Qi flowing up to Shen continuously, flowing, or you're just going to feel very uplifted with nothing much happening, but just very light and free and amazing. Body and mind are light and free. And that's the last thing you think or hear when you practice with guidance. The last thing you're going to think when you go through the adjustments, which I recommend again, learn it by heart, go through it each time you practice, step by step, and with light and free, you just be. Just be in the form. Until it's time to let your arms float up to middle dantian. The same thing, start breathing in middle dantian, and then upper dantian, start breathing in upper dantian, and then prepare to end the form, draw chi back, and mind, think upper dantian, and then think bai hui and stand up and continue how we have learned the form. Okay? Yeah, open your legs. So I will talk you through first into the position and then through the whole thing. And we're not going to do a very long practice, okay? We're going to do 3 or 4 minutes lower dantian, 2 minutes middle dantian, and 1 minute upper dantian, which is actually too little to experience a deep state. Longer standing forms are actually much more amazing and easier. Why is that? The longer you stand, the deeper your Shen, your mind and consciousness, Shen and Yi, can slip, and the more amazing of a consciousness state you will experience. Also, in the beginning of going into the standing form, especially in the beginning, you will have some blockages and they will start up. So the first few minutes can be what we call uncomfortable. If you stand too long, that might happen too. But it takes a while to slip into a very good, very beautiful state of being, okay? So 4 to 5 minutes lower dantian, 2 to 3 minutes middle dantian, and about half a minute to a minute upper dantian is what we're going to do today. I will make that dependent of the chi field and how stable it feels here and now with you, okay? Remember, relax as much as possible and just enjoy. Okay, do the best to follow the guidelines and the guidelines I give you, the adjustments I give you verbally, and just we have gone through it very detailed so you can practice with closed eyes and just listen to my voice and try to do the best you can. Learning Yuan Gong takes a little while, but with Yuan it should be straightforward. Okay? Standing position, naturally, feet shoulder width apart, tongue tip is resting on the upper palate, look straight forward. Lifting up from Bai Hui. Now draw your vision back to the center of the head, gently closing the eyes. Relax the whole body. Relax the face and head. Relax neck and shoulders. Arms are hanging naturally. Relax the chest and upper back. Relax the abdomen and lower back. Lift Hui Yin to Ming Men. Relax the legs and feet. Relax the body from top to bottom, from inside out. Building the chi field with the 6 verses. Awareness inside the body. Feel the emptiness and spaciousness within. Expand and send the awareness out, becoming one with the universe. Draw the awareness back to the chi-filled body, calm and peaceful. Open to the universe with reverence and utmost gongqing. Let the bright universe nurture your heart with compassion and love. I am relaxed, free, joyful. Qi is flowing harmoniously and smoothly. Di Yuan, 3 forms in one for Jing, Qi, and Shen. Calm, relaxed, and natural for Ding and wisdom. Remaining undisturbed and becoming wise. Adjust the body. Arms in a circle in front of the abdomen. Lower the body gently. Lifting up from above by Hui. Head centered and upright. Smile. Chest slightly concave. Chest hollow. Armpits hollow. Arms holding wondrous chi. Back pulled up. Upper back pulled up. Abdomen and lower back relaxed. Hips as if sitting. Tailbone, Wei Lu, down. Lift, Hui Yin, up. Thighs open and relaxed. Knees and ankles relaxed. Feet flat on the floor. Adjust the mind and Shen and Qi. Qi and Shen back inside the head. A calm, clear, and bright space inside. Expand this bright space into the whole body. Internal and external R1, natural breathing inside Dantian. Observe yourself in a calm state. Enjoy the wondrous changes inside. Body relaxed and dissolved, filling with uplifting chi. Joy is opening the heart naturally. Heart is radiant. Chi is rising. Body and mind are light and free. Dantian Chi abundant. Arms lifting up to in front of flow up middle dantian, middle dantian chi, arms relaxed, internal and external is one, dantian breathing inside, middle dantian. Arms floating above the head, holding Qi, Dantian, breathing inside, upper Dantian. Get ready to end the form. Chi and mind back inside the head. By Hui, slowly stand up. Relax the whole body. Gather chi from the universe and send it down. Leading from the middle fingers, send chi through Bai Hui into upper Dantian, hands outside. Chi and mind deep into upper Dantian. Guide chi down to middle Dantian, connecting all three Dantian down to lower Dantian. Splitting the chi up, guiding it down in the central core of the legs, out into the universe, down in the universe, gather chi and lift chi up. Gather chi as you lift the chi ball up above the head and send chi down, guided through upper dantian, middle dantian, lower dantian. Split the chi up into two spirals through the legs. In the core, the chi is flowing down. The universe, pick chi up in the universe, lift chi up one more time to above the head and pour it inside, guide it down into upper dantian, middle dantian. Three dantians are connected to lower dantian. Then turn your palms, send chi to lower dantian, gather chi, draw the chi from around you inside, send it in through Mingmen, your lower back, leading from the middle fingers, open into the back of the universe, and draw the chi from everywhere, gradually turning the palms, palms facing forward. Think lower dantian, continue to draw chi back. Rub chi in, left, down, up, 2, 3, into integrate all the Qi into Dantian. Turn the other way to the right, rub right, down and up, 2, 3, feel inside of yourself. How do you feel? You should feel a different quality of calmness. Maybe you feel light, warm, confident, really comfortable and deeply relaxed. Just observe what can you see and feel inside of you to imprint this effect forever inside of you. Sense the relaxation, the calmness, the stillness, the peace, and make yourself aware of this state of consciousness that you have gotten as a gift from a standing form, D1. Let's do the head and face. Gather Qi in your hands. Rub your hands, Qi gathering, carry the Qi up to upper Dantian, Yin Tam. Open out the forehead, open out. Rub your temples, send Qi into the brain, brain functioning well, Shen clear and bright, focused and ordered. Airways, send Qi rub Qi into your eyes, send Qi in, vision is clear. You can see the path in your life clearly. Practicing Yuan Gong, working and nourishing on Qi and your consciousness. Send Qi into your airways, nose, airways, clear and free. Rub your whole face, wash your face. The skin is clear, bright and healthy. Fingers like combs comb through from the front to the back, comb through Qi for your consciousness. Consciousness is bright and alert. Relax. Left hand Bai Hui, right hand Yu Chen, the back of the head. Tap Qi in, vibrate Qi in. Open the Qi gates. Vibrate Qi into your ears. Plop Qi out. Ears functioning perfectly, hearing and balance is well. Massage your earlobes, thumb and index finger. Qi is flowing freely. Dong. Pull your earlobes, arms to the sides. Say something positive to yourself. I am healthy. I am relaxed. And Shen has developed. I'm strong and well. Gently open your eyes. Sit, please. How do you feel? Interesting, I hope. Now, congratulations. This was your first ever practice of D1. 3 forms in one for Jing, Qi, and Shen. Relaxed, calm, and natural for Ding and wisdom. I'm very happy for you. So happy. What is important now always after practice is that you stay warm. We have about 32 degrees Celsius in here. We are warm. But if you practice where you're cooler, always put on clothes immediately after practice, moving practice. If you have gotten cold after practice, it's too late. Your chi has changed again. So keep yourself warm after practice. You will save a lot of chi. We have come to the end of the basics workshop. Leaves me to first thank you for being interested in learning about your life and the willingness to develop your life and to work on your life in a totality. I want to thank Eva for helping me. Very big help. Thank you. I wish that for you, my biggest wish is that you practice, that you apply what you have learned, that you can break through all the obstacles you might encounter, like time issues or doubt issues or why other people don't practice. You have learned this. This is a treasure in your life. It's up to you to make it as such, and this is my biggest wish for you and every human being, to be able to have this knowledge, to apply this knowledge, and to become wise and healthy, and to live a beautiful life. I thank you so very much. Yuan Tong, Ling Ling.